Good afternoon. I'm going to call the June 10th regular council meeting to order. We're going to start off with open microphone, and first up we have Yvonne Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you're on. Speak right into it.
Is that better? Can you
Much,
hear me?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to council and to you, Mayor. I did bring some handouts I hope that everyone got, and I just wanted to get an opportunity. I know that you have your motion in place, you're waiting for a report from administration with regards to the possibility of banning sales of liquor in Wetaskiwin. And we thought we would take this opportunity before the report is brought in to provide you with some information about some of the liquor stores that actually are here in Wetaskiwin. As you know, there's 8 of them, and we our main priority is responsible retailing. We don't serve anybody that looks to be intoxicated. We ID anyone that looks to be under 25. Wetaskiwin already boasts the strictest of bylaws in terms of opening hours for liquor stores. Minors are not allowed to go in, and we do try and work with police and, Alberta Healthcare to try and come up with potential ideas and solutions to some of the issues that I think you're seeing right here in Wetaskiwin, which the underlying cause is mental health and addiction. So we realize that those are things that are taking place here in Wetaskiwin. We just don't feel that banning the sale of liquor is going to solve those for you. It would just simply drive people to different jurisdictions, and then where there's a lot of liquor available. I guess perhaps the most important part for you to know is the investment that these liquor stores have in Wetaskiwin. It costs anywhere from $500,000 to $750,000 to open up a liquor store, and that doesn't include the operational costs of hiring workers, benefits, taxes. So it's quite a bit of an investment for a liquor store to open, and closing them or banning the sales of liquor would really cause a huge harm, I would say, to all of the economic harm to the liquor stores. So having said that, we think that also the ability to sell liquor, if that's banned, liquor and drinking is going to go underground. I don't know, you might have heard about bathtub vodka, which is not a good thing. It's really hard to monitor and for anyone to regulate for sure. And we feel it would bring people to other substances, hard drugs, cannabis, perhaps. I know that they have their own rules and regulations, but they're a controlled substance as well as liquor, and that could very well take the room that a void of liquor sales would make in the city of Wetaskiwin. One of the biggest challenges that we have is, and I know you probably are aware of this, having a shelter that is in close proximity to 4 liquor stores is a challenge, and we work around that to try and make sure that we can sell and provide for responsible customers the best we can, while recognizing that there's people that can come in that are at risk. And we train our staff very well to make sure that they can ID those kinds of clients, customers, and deal with them. And I guess I'll leave the last little bit to say that the majority of Albertans, including the people that live here in Wetaskiwin, are responsible drinkers. They buy liquor and they know their limits and they consume responsibly. And so we would say, you know, you'd be punishing those that are following the law. It is a legal product. We sell it legally. We have a 98% compliance with the AGLC. And so I guess I would leave that with you, that don't punish the entire population just because the 1% is causing issues for you here in Wetaskiwin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to, may I call you Yvonne?
Of course.
Yeah, to Yvonne, thank you for the presentation, and I have a question that maybe you can answer just because you're here. Do we know what percentage of sales not sales, excuse me, what is the theft I'm not used to starting at 1, we'll blame it on that. The percentage of theft from our stores in Wetaskiwin.
Right. And so we haven't seen a huge amount of theft. We have some areas in Edmonton where we have gang groups that come in and just steal like bagfuls of vodka or whatever the drink that they may want. We're not seeing that here. We see the one-offs where people just come in really quickly, grab one bottle and dash out. Some of our liquor stores have put in security measures in place, whether it's to just have the hard liquor behind the counter, which would then stop them from coming in. But the majority of people come here with money to buy, and so it's difficult to ascertain for you how much of that loss. But it's just like the one-offs, nothing out of the ordinary for our stores here in Wetaskiwin.
And generally speaking, thank you, and generally speaking, we've had conversations of otherwise to maybe assist in ways that we could limit even the one-offs.
Yes.
Because we suspect that that could be an issue as well. And would the local liquor stores be interested in maybe greater measures that we might suggest strongly for that to control those one-off sales?
Right. I think it'd be really good for you to visit some of the stores here in Wetaskiwin. For example, Value Liquor. I was just in there visiting, and they put in I don't know if you want to call it a cage, but it's definitely a fence that stops people from coming in and just quickly grabbing and going. They have the ability to lock the door from the counter so that anyone that wants to try and get anything might not be able to leave. But at the end of the day, we know theft happens. Those one-offs, it happens in Edmonton, it happens throughout Alberta, and we're not. It's just part of running a liquor store, I guess. We have that level of loss for income, but yeah, sorry I can't be any more. But I would welcome you to visit some of these stores and see what they're doing in terms of security measures.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bronco. Yep. Want to turn your mic on?
Thank you, Tyler, through the chair. You said you train your staff. The training goes to the owner or the employees of that store?
So the owners are the ones that actually train the staff and managers and operators to make sure that they're aware of all of the laws and regulations that every liquor store has to follow. With AGLC, our regulators, since secret shoppers sue our stores on a continuous basis. So we know that we're at 98% compliance, meaning that they're not catching our stores in terms of doing anything that would not be in compliance with the laws and regulations. And it's a training that is ongoing. There's a high turnaround in terms of people that work at liquor stores, so we have to always make sure that those people are well trained and ready to sell a product that it's truly a controlled substance. So we really need to make sure that we're careful with that, for sure.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Next, I have Bill Bliss.
Mayor, Council,
Good afternoon.
my name is Bill Bliss. My vested interest in this meeting is I'm a landlord for one of the liquor stores. I just got an email very late last night about what's happening here, so I had very little time to prepare, but I just made a few key points I wanted to bring up. I know a lot of you from my days in the stores. I was neighbors with one of the councilors here in business. My concern is it's almost like going back in time, like Prohibition. We had Prohibition in Canada in 1918 to 1920, with the exception of Quebec. It didn't work. And from what I can see, this is almost going to Prohibition. Cardston, after a century, more than a century, back in 1923, they are serving liquor now. My concerns about shutting down the liquor stores, or a few of my concerns, is the driving, the drinking and driving. Because if people have to go to another town and they've already been drinking, they're going to do it. There's going to be more people going out to the bars drinking and driving home. That's a fact. And of course, bootlegging, we know it goes to Prohibition, and there will be people selling it out of their back doors. So I did originally have concerns when the provincial government had power over the municipalities. But now, after what has been tabled in this meeting, I'm glad we went that route. So, if you think this is such a good idea, and you close down the liquor stores, then what's next? Is it going to be pawn shops? Is it going to be cannabis shops? Is it going to be fast food outlets? I know that's going a little bit to the extreme, but none of them are really good for us, including VLTs. We're going to take another run at shutting them down again. That's pretty well all I have to say. Like I said, I had very little time to prepare, but I will, if the council, mayor council pursues this, I will be going my avenue of MLAs and Premier's office to express my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thanks.
Were you going to join us for open mic today? Were you going to join us for open mic today? No? Okay. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Towler. I'm a member of the Wetaskiwin Legion. We're here to ask for assistance of $1,000 with the Canada Day celebration. The reason we are asking for this grant is that we applied for a grant but was denied, which left us with a gap to fill. We are working in partnership with the Canada Day Committee, the Heritage Museum, and various other groups. We're hosting the opening ceremonies at the Legion, and we're also hosting a Kinsman pancake breakfast, and we're going to be open for the community to attend the barbecue after the parade. We also have a local band for the open stage all afternoon. There will be a community market with vendors around our perimeter and inside the courtyard. There will be a Canada Day cake and refreshments available to the public. The Legion Color Party will be leading the parade with the pipers and the volunteers marching. Our committee has been working very hard to make this happen for our community. We are asking the City of Wetaskiwin for financial support to take the pressure off of our membership and the public at large. This is a community engagement event that has been running for several years, and the Legion has always played an active part in hosting our community. We know that money is tight all over, but our hope is that if you cannot help us out with $1,000, that any contribution would be greatly appreciated to help us celebrate this great country and land we live in. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Rick.
Questions?
Yeah. Looking for approval of the agenda, please. Councillor Nielsen, with the one caveat that we might have to be a little bit flexible with one of our delegations. Anything to add? Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we add into Committee of the Whole direct control development permit discussion?
Nine 9.1. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Nope. Just looking for approval as amended. We only have one addition, so we'll just need the 2/3 consent. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes, regular meeting minutes from May 27th, 2024.
Move the council adopts the regular council meeting minutes of May 27, 2024 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any errors or omissions? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 5, business arising from the minutes. Connect Wetaskiwin, City of Wetaskiwin collaboration on public engagement efforts.
Hello, councillors.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
And mayor. And administration. And all the people. And all the people. Okay, so my name is Sue Newman. I've lived in Wetaskiwin for 3 years. And I come here today in a complete state of gratitude. I'm grateful that council unanimously supported the motion for administration to explore with Connect Wetaskiwin what 3 public engagement sessions would look like and the benefits these sessions would bring to our Wetaskiwin community. So thank you all for that. This is on. Okay. It is our hope that after our presentation, you will all feel confident in our abilities to facilitate these public sessions and confident in your decision to support Connect Wetaskiwin in doing so. It has been wonderful collaborating and co-creating with Zanette Frost. We love Zanette's energy and also her abundant experience in community development. So 2 years ago, I was quite nervous, actually very nervous, when we held our first general information meeting about Connect Wetaskiwin. I wrote down here, today, the nervousness no longer exists, but you can tell I'm a bit nervous. Okay. But throughout all that, my passion has deepened, and I'm confident and inspired by what our group has accomplished in a really short time. In a word, connections. I recall telling the story of Susan Pinker, a Canadian psychologist, who went out to find out why the tiny island of Sardinia, Italy, had more than 6 times as many centurions as mainland Italy, and 10 times as many centurions as North America. Her finding? Social connection. This all struck such a chord with me the first time I heard this. The importance and value of social connections remains with me and continues to fuel my passion, along with the simple yet powerful quote of Ken Blanchard, "None of us is as smart as all of us." Yeah. Our Connect Wetaskiwin group represents exactly that, varied demographics, personalities, and perspectives. But most importantly, our group clearly demonstrates what can be done when people choose to work together, especially when the mindsets of an organizational system become open to listening and working alongside the mindsets of the people. Our cups are full of training, knowledge, understanding, and enthusiasm. It's action time. We are ready to spill over into the community and act on what we have learned about building a thriving community, starting with trusting relationships. I believe that our people are the greatest asset, and I deeply want every resident in Wetaskiwin to know that and feel that. So how are we going to make that happen? We are going to act on experience and knowledge gained over the last 2 years. Nat will explain in more detail what Connect Wetaskiwin has been up to.
Thank you, Sue. So yeah, I guess you guys kind of already have a basic idea of Connect Wetaskiwin, how we came together. Kind of a little Mod Podge group that was thrown out of the Guiding Coalition on Homelessness. And so it ended up kind of with these 2 AHS employees who were there because of their investment in health outcomes from community connectedness. And then there was me and Sue, which is a pretty funny pair of people, bound pretty much only by our passion in working towards a stronger community, more unified community, and our frustration at the disconnect between government agencies and community members. And so we want to show what community-led development looked like. So where Sue and I put in the footwork to build relationships and get a better understanding of our community as a whole, Catherine and Jeanette showcased how organizations and systems can support community residents in bringing about change by leveraging all that they could in their paid roles as a part of Connect Wetaskiwin. So meeting space, printing supplies, bureaucratic knowledge, administrative support. They really set the stage for the foundation that we have now. And this gave Sue and I the opportunity to build up our knowledge through training opportunities. So we've done facilitation training, collaborative governance training, collective impact training, every single training that exists about being on a board probably. I recently did a certificate course on community-based research with like a dozen PhD students because I had a scholarship given to me because of what I've done with Connect Wetaskiwin. Things like co-hosting and co-emceeing the conference we did in St. Albert last year, and sitting on a webinar panel of community champions speaking to municipal leaders across Canada. So those things, in addition to things we've been able to do because of these training opportunities outside of Connect Wetaskiwin, so Carapace Community Response doing the anti-racism initiatives and community cleanups, and then Sue doing her Truth and Reconciliation art project, community-wide art project. This is what building capacity and community members means. Like when you hear about building capacity, this is what it means. And having experienced it, I can say this is possibly the most important piece of building a stronger, more connected community. So we want to use the knowledge that we've gained the last couple of years to expand this small, select, successful collaboration in Connect Wetaskiwin citywide and build this trust that we've managed to build between each other throughout Wetaskiwin, through its residents and its organizations and its local government, so that as a community we can understand our roles in community and more easily fulfill those roles. So how do we think we can do that? Sue's gonna.
So this will be accomplished by Connect Wetaskiwin holding strategic focus groups that we believe mark an important first step towards fostering trust and collaboration with our community. As volunteers and leaders, we recognize the immense value of coming together to listen, to learn, and to collaborate for the greater good. The first focus groups will involve targeted demographics in our community. During these sessions, we will create an open and welcoming space where community leaders like yourself can share insights, perspectives, and aspirations for the future of our community. Together, we will explore ways to strengthen relationships, enhance communication, build trust, and address challenges collaboratively. The information gathered during these focus group sessions will set the stage for action, with community groups where engaged community members will come together, along with the appropriate city personnel and local service agencies to work collaboratively to approach the issue at hand.
So yeah, like over the last 2.5 years, we've not only built up a unique kind of portfolio of knowledge, but also a really unique perspective of the community. So we're not the city, we're not an organization, but we're not just like your average resident. So where other people are seeing a divided community, we're seeing an opportunity for something really, really cool to build up out of all the diversity that exists. And we know that it's possible because we've experienced it within our group. Everyone in Connect Wetaskiwin has a different idea of what community-led development is and looks like. But we've all come together around this common goal. It's working, we're still here, I think we're still friends. It's been pretty good so far. But everything that we've done so far over the last 2.5 years has been, as you guys would say, off the sides of our desk and at a cost to our personal lives. For instance, I'm a homeschooling mom with 3 kids in a single income household with a husband who works away, and my passion for community building doesn't get the schoolwork and the housework and the yard work done. And so when those things pile up, it definitely starts to feel like it's a lot and it's time to maybe just leave it be. But the work is so important for the future of Wetaskiwin, which is the city my kids are going to call their hometown as they grow up. So we are asking the city to help us help you. You could find plenty of community engagement experts from outside Wetaskiwin with all sorts of bells and whistles about how they do things, but Connect Wetaskiwin is bringing authentic, honest relationships and the community's confidence in knowing that the information collected in these focus groups and sessions that we are organizing, that information stays in Wetaskiwin to be used by Wetaskiwin. And that ownership and confidence is what drives meaningful engagement, and we need to see meaningful engagement happen throughout our community. So yeah, this is our bit, and now Zanette and Catherine are going to come up and chat.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Chubbs, and I have worked in community health promotion in Wetaskiwin for the past 8 years. My work varies depending on the group I'm supporting, but generally I assist in building capacity in a community. I assist with reducing barriers and strive to achieve community goals and build on the strength that residents and the community leaders already have here. My perspective is that of a public health lens and focuses on better health outcomes and to build communities where people are connected, have equity, and have the resources to thrive. As someone who is employed in the public system sector, specifically healthcare, trust and relationship building are essential to the success of my role and community influence. I've supported Connect Wetaskiwin from the very beginning. I was intrigued by a small group of community residents who were so dedicated to their community and its success. I also understood the importance of asset-based community development and looking at our city from an abundance lens. Wetaskiwin has faced many obstacles along its journey to get us to where we are today. The internal trust and relationship building we have has been one of our key contributors to Wetaskiwin's success. We sit together with numerous hats and responsibilities. We openly discuss our truth and commitment with honesty. We share our stories and experiences, learn from each other, and respect each other's vulnerability. Now, Wetaskiwin is ready to share this gift of trust and relationship building with the rest of Wetaskiwin. We value and appreciate the time and commitment it will require, but we are up for the task. With the City of Wetaskiwin's support, we can start making small steps, but each steps bring us closer together. An analogy that comes to my mind is that of our kitchen tables. Our residents are the center of the table, which includes our groups, clubs, and grassroots associations, with all of their gifts, skills, and stories. The legs of the table that hold our community up and keep us stable and balanced are our system sectors, such as our local government, our healthcare, education, businesses, and our nonprofit. If we remove a leg of our kitchen table at home, what would happen? It would fall. Or the other 3 legs have to work extra hard to keep that table up until they give out. The same with the legs of our community table. The legs support the residents, but one sector can't do it alone. We need us all to come together to trust that the others will do the same. This will give us stability and create sustainability, also the longevity that we need here in Wetaskiwin. I am committed to continuing to support Wetaskiwin and its initiative to build trust and relationships here in Wetaskiwin. Now, Wetaskiwin needs the support of the city so that we can share our knowledge and trust-building skills in the best way possible. Wetaskiwin needs the City of Wetaskiwin to trust them and their process, to think outside the box and be innovative with them. We know we will have success if we all start working together. We just need to do it one step at a time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gandam and council members. I don't have a lot more to add because the words have been so eloquently presented by Wetaskiwin and Catherine. But I do want to speak specifically to some of the elements in the report. So as noted, there are 3 primary outcomes: the space for considerate, thoughtful, and constructive conversations, and how we've envisioned that is providing as few barriers as possible to participation, which is why the budget was presented. A lot of our unheard voices, our quiet voices, are the voices of our low-income families, and they do not have the capacity to attend public engagement events because they're working 2 or 3 jobs. And so we hope to provide an opportunity for them to speak and be heard in constructive ways and meeting them where they're at, but also providing some sort of incentive for them to come. And that might look like child minding. It might be also providing gift cards to Walmart so that they can have their basic needs met. Also looking at how relationships are built on a deeper understanding, and lastly, that residents that actively participate, contribute, and have some follow-up from everyone involved. Also spoke a little bit to how FCSS is unique and different from Wetaskiwin. FCSS is focused on program delivery and service delivery, whereas Wetaskiwin is focusing on grassroots at the neighborhood level, connecting people and not responding to social concerns or issues. Connect would like to look at providing hosting lunches. Food always brings people together. And this effort has a dual purpose. It has already brought not-for-profit organizations together, and there is more interest and momentum for collaboration. Last Friday, we hosted our first public engagement event, and it focused on volunteers and community leaders and service organizations such as the Knights of Columbus, the Legion, and others. And within that, we heard some pretty key messages that I think will resonate with a lot of administration and council. So firstly, by all counts, it was a success. Wetaskiwin sent out multiple invitations to every service organization in the city and people that they identified as volunteer leaders. There were several learnings and opportunities, and the feedback was that it was helpful as new connections and networking occurred. There were lots of conversations started because people didn't know what others were offering and what opportunities existed. However, one key message that came across very clearly was that communication was a primary concern and opportunity. And some interesting ideas have percolated from that, in which Connect Wetaskiwin will be able to help convene and organize. So the engagement efforts directed by Council and planned and implemented by Connect Wetaskiwin with the city supports will contribute to that collaborative and work to achieve the steps to improve and impact the community, to build trust, to build relationships. I've enjoyed working with Connect Wetaskiwin, and I hope that we can acknowledge the importance of remuneration for work completed, as well as the factors that bring people together. We are in investing in Connect Wetaskiwin's plan. The city is demonstrating an investment in the community. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approve the allocation of $15,500 from the contingency reserve to be used for the implementation of public engagement efforts in consultation with Connect Wetaskiwin. And just right now, just a quick comment. I just want to thank everybody for coming in and not being as nervous as you could have been. I have seen individually through meetings and through relationships the work that you can do, and am so very proud of what you've already accomplished, and I hope as teams we can work together. And I would just like to thank Zanette, because I know that you have assisted all of us in many ways to sort of get this down to something that is feasible for both the city and the community. So thank you.
I'm going to propose an amendment and change it to approve the allocation of up to $15,500, just in case the turnout isn't there or all of the funds aren't used. That way it's made so that you don't have city funds sitting there waiting to be used. So, to the amendment, those in favor? Carried. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Through the chair to anyone who can answer. I've got a couple of questions. In the budget that you've provided us, there doesn't appear to be anything there in terms of marketing dollars. Like, so how are you reaching out to the community so the community knows how active you are planning on being?
My workout. So yeah, like speaking to the one we did on Friday, we personally emailed each and every, well, we didn't email every association in town, but we emailed a good chunk. We had a really good turnout. A part of that is that we knew a lot of them already. We had built those relationships. They knew that it was going to be a good session to engage in. Our plan is not to market to the community at large in that way, but to go out and find the people that we want to be in the focus groups. So, for instance, one of the targets is the seniors population in town. And so we've already reached out to the senior center about hosting a focus group at the senior center to talk to people, not just seniors who use the senior center, but to invite people to come to the senior center and talk. Same with youth. I don't know if we've talked to them yet, but the Boys and Girls Club, talking to them about hosting there and inviting youth and having them invite youth, talking to the schools and having them invite you know, the people to come directly. So we're not necessarily needing to put marketing dollars towards that. That's our time that, as part of Connect Wetaskiwin, we would be doing.
And the next question would be similarly related, I guess, and that is your intentions in terms of letting not only council know, but the rest of the community know what kinds of things you are hearing from the community.
So one of the important parts of public engagement is reporting back. And so what we have thought of as the four of us is that there would be opportunities to through websites, through Facebook, to say this is what we've heard, and also calling back the people that we've already consulted with to make sure that we heard them correctly. So it's an ongoing loop of communication and checking in and making sure we've known, and then reporting back to council by the end of the year as to what our findings were and if there were any suggestions of what we could do better as a city.
Thank you. And my last question is related to your incentives program. How do you see yourselves identifying that clientele for participation?
Most of the work that has been done in preparing the plan has looked at the demographics of the community, and so when we're talking to Big Brothers or Boys and Girls Club or some of those other service organizations, they will be helping us identify some of the families that we need to speak to or could speak to, and so we would use the information that they have based on their clientele to potentially look at providing some sort of incentive.
How do you respond to my complaint that as a low income, Billingsley got an opportunity to go and I never got the invitation to attend?
This won't be our first, this won't be our few public engagement sessions. We think that as we get going.
Sue, I'm just sorry.
Yeah,
Just so,
come speak to them. Okay.
yeah.
Squishing here. No, we, what our public engagement focus group that we held on Friday stirred up a ton of interest. I just want to add too that one of the big components that came out of that was follow-up. The city will do things and there's no follow-up. People don't hear what happens after that. Connect Wetaskiwin will follow up. And that's one reason we had such a good turnout at our session on Friday. Pick up the phone and talk to people. And that worked, having people come out. And so by doing that and just having the people that showed up Friday, they were all pumped, ready to tell two people, and so on and so on. And I think it will lead to more focus group sessions. And even people that, like they were saying, well, where's so-and-so? How come they weren't here? They were invited, but couldn't make it. So we want to, like we were telling them, we'll do it again. We'll make sure they're invited to the next session that we have. So it's hard to get everybody. No one's being excluded. We're just doing the best we can.
Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley?
Thank you. Thank you to Connect Wetaskiwin for the hard work that you put in. My question, though, is to administration, and it has to do with budgetary questions. The money looks like it wants to come out of contingency. So is this going to be a one-time, a three-time, or is this going to be going ongoing? And I guess my question is, why would this not come as a business case at budget time as opposed to a one-off?
So right now, the plan is to complete as much public engagement as we possibly can by the end of the year and use the funding for that. Once we've determined how that needs to go forward, then we will potentially come up with a business case, but right now it's just for this year.
Okay. Follow up then, I'm trying to understand what your role in all this when we're getting another organization to do the work. Where do you fit into this?
So I just reminded myself of council protocol, so through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley. My role is to support them in the work that they're doing, and so really I have leveraged my public engagement background and my community development background to support Connect Wetaskiwin and to help them navigate the city systems. It may look as providing a room at Manluck, organizing that for them, or it may be just helping them make a connection that they may not already have.
So in that budget, though, then you're staff time and/or other costs are not included in that.
Correct.
So it is more than the $15,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I just wanted to also remind you that this was a motion of council that we work with Connect, so it's, we were directed to go down this path.
You're good?
I'm good.
Councilor Bronco?
Thank you, Tyler. A couple questions. We have a lot of organizations that come to the city to apply for grants and funding. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but how much of these organizations are overlapping what they're doing? Because it seems you all have a great intention for our community, but everybody that comes here is asking for the same thing, for the same money. I'd be real happy if we can get all these organizations under one roof and apply once. Looking at here, I really have a problem when you're asking money for coffee and donuts and break, where there's other organizations that don't get it, we say no. So, don't get me wrong, I like what you're gonna do, if you can do it, but there's also other organizations in our community that are doing the same thing. So are we overlapping our money where we should just put it in one piggy bank and everybody shares from that piggy bank? Because we don't know if next week some other organization is going to come up and ask for some money to do the same thing. So I'm really, alarm bells go off. Thank you.
I'll answer that. They are overlapping right now, which is kind of how we came about. So a big part of what we're trying to do is to minimize the overlap in organizations, which comes about because they're not communicating well with each other right now. And so a big part of that is getting them all under one roof and talking. And that is something that we were working towards on Friday when we had everybody come together. What do you do? So there's interagency right now, but which is more for the bigger organizations with paid staff, etc. So we invited smaller groups like the ball clubs, soccer clubs, those ones that are run by volunteers, to talk about we talked about what trust is, or to them, I guess. But we want them to come together to talk about what they're doing. And then as they can come together, there's more power in that in terms of applying for grants, not just in minimizing what they're asking from the city, but coming together to ask from other streams of funding and working together and doing fundraising together and getting them on board working together, because right now a lot of them are not.
So, in my answer to that, you're 100% right. You have more power as one group, but right now, we don't have one group.
Nope.
And that's, to me, that's a problem. We could have, if you guys all got together, created one huge group with 8 or 9 organizations, but called yourself one group and came to us, you have more power.
I think we all have the intention of a thriving city, and we all
Swing
have,
the mic over, please.
oh, I'm sorry. We all have a vision of a thriving city, and we all have different lenses and perspectives as to why we want that. There are very strong reasons why some groups need to be there. So there's groups that look at, you look at inclusion Wetaskiwin for people with disabilities. You look at different groups that have different supports that we need. We need all those little groups together, or those bigger groups as well. But we all come together for the sole purpose of creating that thriving city. So we need everybody, we need a lot of those little groups, we just need them to work together. So that's our intention, is to bring them together, to communicate, and to really collaborate together. Yes, it's not just sharing, it's really digging a bit deeper and looking at how can we better ourselves and better our communities together. So that's the intention of community engagement. And to really just build that trust. But trust starts with a drop in the bucket, and then that trust is then built. So that's our intention. We're not intending to solve problems. We're not going to be a solutions group. Our intention is to simply start building trust, and that starts with little bits at a time. So that's our intention.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My question was answered, but I'm just going to speak to the idea of all the groups coming together, and it is, for me, it is separate. And yes, multiple groups have different things that they're focusing on, like Catherine said, but it really is hard in this community to reach out and get us, and I'm speaking as a nonprofit organizer, get us together into what we have similarly. So, or how we can help each other, how we can do these things, and comments of why isn't this group here, why wasn't that group there. That's the beauty of starting to see how one group can help bring them all together. And I'm going to speak to interagency again, because it's kind of like interagency. It's not the same, but it's kind of like that, where interagency, which is focused or is moderated by FCSS, is a godsend to those of us organizations to hear what other groups are doing. So this is one opportunity. And like Sue said, this was a motion of council's, and the ability to, how do we start to connect with our community better and communicate with them, because that isn't happening as well as we would all like. And we would like to start getting groups and individuals talking, and they're already doing that, and not putting that much onus on staff, but it was to support our staff. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to Connect, thank you for all of the work that you guys have been doing. This is incredible, and I can see how passionate you guys are about everything that you're doing. So I had a couple of questions. One of them was that I noticed that under special outreach strategies for counselors, there was a poverty simulation, and I was wondering if you guys could speak to what you envision for that.
Sure. So I support the city of Wetaskiwin in my work, but I also support other communities within a geographic. And poverty simulation has come up, and we've done them in other communities, as really a way to really show for people to experience what actual poverty is. When you actually have to make a decision between, food, shelter, transportation, and really get that experience. To do a poverty simulation is a lot of groundwork to that. You need about 100 people to do that. So you do need to build those connections and that groupage beforehand and have a lot of sectors involved. But it's a really good way to actually have almost a lived experience. And then it's facilitated by an individual that actually is trained in poverty simulation. And it's a way to really bring to the forefront, and it's of what actual poverty is and what that experience is like. So that is something that we said we might explore once we go through the engagement sessions. So that's not really, it may be part of this, who knows, like where it goes, but it's definitely something that we've considered for sure.
Thank you. And my second question is, when you get to the end of the engagement, the public engagement that you'll be doing, what do you envision as being the success? If you had to think of everything went well, everything was exactly how you wanted it to be, what would you envision success to be for this project?
The people all wanted to come back. They did. They wanted to roll up their sleeves. They wanted to work on it right then and there. And there was some awesome ideas that came out. And we just need funding to carry on with this.
Excellent.
It was awesome, you guys. It was just fantastic. I'm sorry. It was so good.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Blatz stole half of my question. And I guess for me, as was alluded to earlier, is that if this group is coming back to see more work being done in the future, we talked about a business case, you've got basically 4 months to demonstrate success, whatever that is. And I'm not necessarily looking for a definitive answer at this point, but as a counselor being charged with responsibility of perhaps giving you more money to continue your activities, I'm not sure just saying, well, you know, we had 30 people out and 20 more want to come back. And so I would be looking for something more, and I can't name it, perhaps you can. I can't name it, but I think more than simply having numbers of participants could be a weak advertisement for more funding. So I in the future would be looking for something quite specific and tangible. And like I could say, I'm not asking for the answers now, but I'm just forewarning, I guess, that I would be looking for specific success data of some type coming forward.
Can I answer? So a lot of my work as well is on evaluation. So the follow-up, the evaluation part, the questions that we ask at the end, qualitative, quantitative data, all that stuff is essential to my work as well with my employer. So that is an essential part of this. And to really then when we're in those spaces and we create those engagement sessions, we really look at, people do get vulnerable and share their stories and share their experiences, but we don't take that away. We're not writing that down. We write down what the learnings were. We write down what people need, what people can share. So those are the successes, is what comes out of those conversations. So yeah, we won't capture, so-and-so's story, but we will capture the learnings and the sharings and the opportunities that come from that. And even those themselves are a success. So, yeah.
I think at a time when volunteering and trying to recruit and retain volunteers to offer the support to community members that step up is really important. Our council has been asking community members to be a part of what they think Wetaskiwin is and how it can improve, and I think, in my mind anyways, that Wetaskiwin is worth fighting for. So I truly appreciate the work that you guys are doing and have been doing for a number of years leading into this, and look forward to seeing what you're going to be able to do moving forward. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Are going to skip item 8 for when Sustane Technologies can get here. We'll move into 9.1 DC development permit discussion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Good afternoon.
Today's presentation is to provide for your information an application for a development permit for Plan 7920904OT, as shown in Attachment 1 to your RFD. The subject parcel is located on 56th Street, immediately south of the Starbucks development at the corner of 50th Ave, and immediately north of the Boston Pizza. It is zoned DC direct control, which means that council and not administration is the approval authority for development. The proposal is for a fast food drive-through restaurant and associated parking, as shown on the site plan in Attachment 2. Administration has reviewed the proposal against the usual provisions for this type of use in the land use bylaw and against the city's servicing and design standards. The city is aware that parking and vehicle access is a consideration for this parcel.
I don't have the attachment.
Oh.
Sorry. Neither do I.
Sorry, Noman, can you look in iCompass? It was hung up this morning.
Yeah, I refreshed it to see if that's what we're going to do it, but.
I apologize, Council. We have been having trouble with iCompass this last week, so we are going to look into that as well. Noman, are we able to just bring it up on the screen if we can't republish? Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, apologies for that. As noted, the site plan for the subject parcel is in attachment 1 to this RFD. The proposed site plan itself is in attachment 2. The city knows that parking and vehicle access is a consideration for this parcel. So for context, it was formerly owned by the city and leased by Boston Pizza to build and provide the parking that was required for an expansion to the restaurant. That lease expired in 2018, and the sale agreement with the current owner was reached in 2019. The city's intention during the sale process was to ensure continued vehicle and pedestrian access from 49th Ave to Boston Pizza across the subject parcel. However, an agreement to this effect was not registered on title before the sale closed. Administration is aware that a high priority for Boston Pizza is to maintain access to equivalent parking to the parking that's currently provided on the subject parcel. And they've also identified concerns about a potential loss of visibility from 56th Street, less direct vehicle access, and the distance to a new northeast parking area behind the Starbucks. Administration is proposing the development permit conditions that are listed in attachment 3 along with their rationale. I understand you'll have ample opportunity to review this following today's meeting. Most of them are standard, as no major issues have been identified regarding servicing or design. But I will draw your attention to a couple of them. First, the developer must ensure that vehicle access is maintained from, and I'll sub descriptions for legal land descriptions, but essentially from 56th Street and 55A Street to the Starbucks parcel, from 49th Ave and the Starbucks parcel to the subject parcel, and from the subject parcel to the Boston Pizza parcel, so mutual access across those 3 parcels. The rationale is that the city cannot impose a development permit condition that requires the parties to enter into a shared access or parking agreement, but under the land use bylaw, we can require the applicant to make satisfactory arrangements for vehicular and pedestrian access. And we can identify what access is considered satisfactory. In this case, administration is recommending that continued mutual access from 49th Ave, 55A Street, and 56th Street across all 3 properties be considered satisfactory. A shared access or parking agreement could be used to help demonstrate that this condition has been met, and both the current applicant and Boston Pizza have indicated a willingness to discuss and develop an agreement. Second, there are a couple of proposed conditions related to parking. The first one sets out the requirement, so 10 parking stalls, including 2 barrier-free. And additionally, that the required parking stalls for the proposed fast food development be clearly marked using identifying signage. The rationale for these 2 is to meet the parking requirements in our land use bylaw, and notably because some of the required parking stalls for the fast food subject site cross over onto the Starbucks parcel. The land use bylaw states that where required parking spaces are not on the same site as the development, they shall be identified for that development with appropriate signage. So if either parcel is ever sold to a different owner, this measure may help identify and retain the parking Again, we can't require an agreement between the parcel owners on this point, so this condition helps make the required parking visible for future transactions or applications. So those are the key points of information I wanted to present today. To meet our process requirements under the land use bylaw for direct control proposals, adjacent landowners have been notified and will have the opportunity to present delegations on this application at the June 24th council meeting. Following those presentations at the same meeting, this application will be brought back for council's decision. And with that, I'd invite any questions that you might have at this time.
For a motion to accept as information. Councillor Blutz, any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. So the new developer owns the land, but we're going to tell him he, basically from what I understand, Boston Pizza never made an agreement for when the land the city sold. Can we do that? Because now Boston Pizza owns a business that doesn't have enough parking stalls, and he has to go to somewhere else, someone else's business. Is there any fees or cost to pay for those parking stalls? Because I think our land use bylaw, if somebody builds downtown, they don't have enough parking stall, they can pay us, I don't know if it's $1,500 or whatever the cost is for those availability of those parking stalls. Can the developer do the same thing to Boston Pizza? But again, that would be their own personal use.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, in this case, the development permit for the Boston Pizza has been amended so that the stalls on the subject parcel that are currently used are not actually required anymore on their development permit. So they do have a variance now so that if that subject parcel is ever built on, which is what we are coming to now with this proposal potentially, those parking stalls are not required for Boston Pizza to continue meeting the conditions of their development permit.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready for the question to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Karen had sent the email of this RFD as well too. Item 10.1, Welcoming Week 2024 update and request for in-kind donation.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Gandam, excuse me, and members of council. So the purpose of this RFD today is to request free access to the Manlek Center on September 13th from 5 to 9 as part of Welcoming Week 2024. So Welcoming Week is a national initiative aimed at bringing neighbors of all backgrounds together to build strong connections and welcome newcomers to the community. So during the 2024 budget cycle, council did approve supporting Welcoming Week in Wetaskiwin by providing funding of $25,000. City administration has been working closely with Connect Wetaskiwin, Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum, and other various community groups to plan Welcoming Week, and it's going to run September 7th to 13th this year. So a full schedule of activities being planned for the week can be found in the attachment. Please note that the schedule is still being finalized, so the events may change and more may be added between now and then. So as part of Welcoming Week, the committee is requesting free access to the Manlek Center on Friday, September 13th from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. Providing free access will provide an opportunity for residents and newcomers to enjoy our facility, and it will also provide a great opportunity for youth to use the center during Taste of Wetaskiwin that'll be happening at Co-op Place, as Taste is an 18+ event. So I think Yeah, and then under financial implications, so the in-kind donation is about $1,100, and that includes revenue and staff time. So that concludes what I have to say, and I'd be happy to take any questions council may have.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approve free admission to the Manlock Center on September 13, 2024 from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Natasha. During welcoming week, how many of the other activities are free? Like the proportion?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, so far, I have the calendar, everything is free. So yeah, different community groups have stepped forward and are hosting these events. And yeah, we're trying to make everything free, so.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. We budgeted $25,000 for this welcome. Why can't they use the $1,100 out of the $25,000 to pay for the arena? Because we already budgeted $25,000 for this facility, or whatever facilities they want to use or rent. So basically, not only did we're giving them $25,000, but we're also giving them another $1,100 when they already got money for us to operate, do their fundraisers, do their promotions, do their advertising. I can't support that. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, through the chair to Councillor Bronco. This is a city event, and yes, we budgeted in the budget cycle $25,000 to put towards the week 100%. I agree with that. What we're asking is, or what's being asked, is that the city provide in-kind use for a council-directed event, and that is different than the advertising, and off the top of my head I can't remember other places that money is going to, but the advertising, the things that are going out directly to the community, none of the community groups involved are making money off of it. They're putting that towards it, so it's not a cash cost, it's an in-kind cost.
I understand, but they came to us for money, and they came for $25,000. That was for operation. In kind, it's still money that comes out of the taxpayers' money.
They didn't. Welcome Wetaskiwin didn't come to us for money. It was maybe Councillor Elliott wants to speak on this. It was a proposal first put by Councillor Elliott. They're doing it for a business case for council.
It was council's direction. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I understand where Councillor Branco is coming from in the sense that we had budgeted for $25,000. No question that it was a direction of council. This wasn't an outside group that came to us asking for money. This was something that we had asked for. Having said that, I do sort of agree with Councillor Branco in the sense that the budget was $25,000, inclusive of whatever events that were put on, right? And so, therefore, I'm in agreement with him that if we budgeted for $25,000, the free swimming should be part of that. And if it ends up being $750, that's as far as in kind of lost revenue, then that's should come out of that $25,000. And I agree with that. And with the full understanding, this wasn't another organization. This was something that we said we would spend up to $25,000 on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I appreciate that. So in the future, and this is just, it's not, I'm not intending to be rhetorical. I don't think that when I approve money, I don't, the in-kind cost, I see it as I don't see it as a cash ask. So should this not go forward in the future, if this welcoming week is to continue, then as we put these business cases forward, we're looking to see what would both be the city's in-kind costs as well as our cash donation or cash funding towards it.
But in-kind costs are costs. There is dollars that are attached to that.
Versus cash is what I asked.
But, no, and I understand that, but there still is a cost. It'll be lost revenue is the cost. That's where you're coming up to the $2,000 or up to $2,000.
It would be lost revenue in potential ability to let people swim who cannot generally afford our swimming pool swim for free. We would already be paying for the staff time. But thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We are going to take a 14-minute break. All right, welcome back. We are going to jump back to open mic because I missed 2 people from the beginning. So Anita, if you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Back in December, I handed in a package of information pertaining to our property. Sorry, I'm Anita Schmulin with Shack Developments. I apologize. I did not introduce myself. So I handed in a package back in December regarding the local improvement tax levy of 62nd Street. I followed up on that in April and forward to find out if it had been addressed and what the outcome was. And Kathy Lewin responded with, sorry, let me put my glasses on. The information package you submitted to council was included in the council package and presented in a public meeting on May 13th. The motion was made by council to follow the approved bylaw amounts. So that takes me to the bylaw, the 62nd Street bylaw 198921. And there seems to be an error in your bylaw. Number 5 states that based on the rate set forth in Schedule A, a unit tax rate of $801.46 per assessable parcel per annum for 25 years to be set on the project. We have 1 assessed parcel, not 6, as outlined in Schedule A. And that is what the taxes were calculated on, 6 parcels, not 1. So I have requested that that be adjusted, and I did pay our taxes in full in June of last year, so we should be sitting at a 0 balance less what is owed for this year. And that commences my comments at this time.
Can we get back to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I figured you would.
I appreciate that.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you very
Anita.
much.
Go ahead, sir.
So, good afternoon, council and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashok Puni. I'm owner of the Gentleman Liquor and Restaurant next door. So my question is only that when we close the liquor stores, there is not the liquor issue in this town. There are lots of drugs, lots of pills, and lots of everything. Then we have to close all the pharmacies too and cannabis too, right? That's the issue. And there is the intelligent people, they drink till 10 o'clock and they are good. Afterwards, what the people sell, the alcohol in taxis and all stuff, this thing we should control. Or the people running with machetes, knives. I complained a couple of times to RCMP, right? 1, 2 times they came. Secondly, they came after 40, 45 minutes. This is our biggest issue in the liquor stores too. And for the crime, to reduce the crime, we should change a little bit laws too. When we catch any people, bring to court, they said, oh, under $100 is no charge. This is the biggest issue in Canada. That's what I want to say. If we have to control the city is to clean it, we should do properly everything, right? Then afterwards, after 10 o'clock or after 10:30, the people selling alcohol, this thing we should stop somehow. That is my concern.
Thanks for your time. You're on 10.2 roll-up door, Olympia roll-up door.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The purpose of my visit today is because the Olympia Room roll-up door in Arena 2 at Co-op Place requires replacement. Administration is seeking a decision from Council on funding to pay for the replacement door. On May 3rd of 2024, staff attempted to operate the door and it broke. So a company was brought in to assess the damage. And basically the roll-up door in Arena 2 was installed in the early 1980s when the arena was constructed. It has a lifespan of 50,000 cycle springs and is currently well past that. For reference, the roll-up door on the other side of the room leading into Arena 1 was replaced 3 years ago as it had experienced end of life. It would have been installed originally at the same time as the roll-up door leading into Arena 2. So it would be a serious safety concern to remove this door and not replace it. The general public would have access to the Olympia room, which houses the Olympia ice resurfacer. The room also contains numerous work tools, extra ice blades, and a heated water pit where snow is dumped between floods. The door was scheduled to be submitted for a capital business case in 2025, but has experienced end of life sooner than expected, resulting in this request for funding from Council. Administration has 3 quotes, and the cost of this replacement would not exceed $20,000, and therefore administration is seeking approval of funds from the Contingency Reserve Fund. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approve the unbudgeted expenditure up to $20,000 for the replacement of the roll-up door in the Olympia room from the Contingency Reserve Fund.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. How often do we check these doors? I know you said 3 years ago.
Councilor Bronco.
Sorry. Shut that off. How often do we, on our maintenance program, do we check these doors? Are they like once a year, every 2 years?
Annually, they're checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is no...
Not at that time, no.
Mother Nature took its toll.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair. When you say it has reached end of life and you've had someone come in to fix it, does that mean the door is non-functioning at this point, or it is functioning but needs to be replaced?
It's non-functioning at this point.
Thank you.
Any further? We're ready for the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 10.3, tax cancellations for 2024.
Good afternoon, Council. The purpose of this RFD is to request Council approval to cancel the property taxes levied on a couple of leased properties. These properties are currently leased by the Lions Club and the Knights of Columbus. The agreements between the city and the Lions Club and the Knights of Columbus for the Lions Clubs is regarding the Lions Campground, and for the Knights of Columbus, the By the Lake Park facility, state that neither group will be responsible for property taxes. The property taxes in 2024 for the Lions Campground is $11,136.44, and for the Knights of Columbus is $522.68. Furthermore, administration is requesting that council cancel these taxes for a 3-year period to coincide with the same timing that we had on the COPTA applications that were brought earlier, so that we don't have to bring this back over the next 2 years. But when we bring back the COPTA applications again, then we will do this again for a further 3 years. Thank you.
Councilor Aberle.
I move that City Council cancel the total tax levy for Roll 360020, the Lions Campground, in accordance with the lease agreement dated October 10, 1995, and that these property tax exemptions remain in place for 3 years, up to and including the 2026 taxation year.
Moved by Councilor Aberle.
And
Any
I have-
discussion? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Toulouse, can you explain to me why these didn't appear with the copter stuff?
Through the chair to Councillor Haberle, the city has separate agreements with these organizations, so they did not apply for the exemption because by agreement that was signed with the municipality, this was part of the agreement. Council could choose even under COPTER to grant or not grant an exemption. So this is brought separately to council because of the agreements in place.
Thank you, and I appreciate that part, but I know from experience that there are other agreements and those organizations were required to apply for COPTER. So is there a reason administration did not require these two to apply for it?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Haberly, these are also city-owned properties that the Lions and the Knights of Columbus are operating on. So the city would not tax its own properties. It's true because of the operations therein that they also levy taxes. We did reach out to them anyways, and they did not fill in the applications because they had an agreement in place already. We did reach out to all organizations that were affected, and some were kind enough and did respond and got the 3-year exemption. But they didn't have to. The agreement was already in place, and it specifically exempts them from taxation.
May I ask one more? Sure. Does administration think that it would be more beneficial to have them apply for it under COPTER like you have required other organizations to do?
Through the chair to Councillor Haberly, COPTER is not an automatic exemption application. It's a request to council to exempt. When we have these agreements, and it speaks specifically that while they're operating these facilities, doing what they do, that they would be exempt from taxes. There is no difference in levels of benefits attained, whether via a COPTER application or through an agreement. I don't want to speak to specifics. However, we did reach out to every organization that has a not-for-profit. The Lions Campground is not a not-for-profit organization. When the users of the campground are there, they do get revenues from that. So that is different from some of the exemptions that we have under COPTER, and that's what exempts them by agreement. So they do have revenues. However, the agreement requires that they be exempt from property taxes, whereas those that applied under COPTER have to meet certain conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley? Mike's on.
It is not. Through administration, through the chair. By going to a term of 3 years, does that pose any issues for the next council?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, if the agreement is in place anyways with a new council, we do have to exempt property taxes. If, however, the agreement is terminated at any point in time, it means the whole portion relating to property taxes is done with as well and terminated. So accept the agreement regardless of what council is in place. The agreement, for the duration of the agreement, we need to abide by the conditions of the agreement.
Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. And I may have missed this point, so I apologize if I'm repeating something here. So when this original agreement, lease agreement, was done in 1995, was there a termination point of that agreement, or is it perpetuity?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I could take that as a formal information request, but I do not remember the exact details of every portion of that agreement, but I can have that brought back to council.
Thank you. And the same question would be for the Knights of Columbus. What is the duration of that lease agreement? So I'd look forward to getting that information from you some point in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, does the Legion currently fall under similar exclusions?
No.
And the reason I'm asking is I don't believe it does, because the portion of the Legion, it's my understanding that the portion of the Legion that makes money is not under that. And so what does not fall under copter. And so my concern is not necessarily canceling the taxes, but my concern is that we're treating all organizations within the community the same. And so I'm struggling with this one.
Through the chair to council, we could bring up the agreements for discussion.
You can.
Yes, may I table this motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Aberley,
I know, but I've had my hand up for the last 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to table. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The agreement with the Lions Campground was that they would look after the campground, that we wouldn't have to have staff or anything else. So that was in perpetuity. The one with the by the lake park with the Knights of Columbus, with moving their building onto city property, they were tax exempt as well. The Legion pays taxes on the commercial aspect of their building only, and they don't have any agreement with the city for anything because they did not donate anything to the city, as the Lions are and as the Knights did. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we pay school tax requisition and seniors tax requisition on this building?
Through the chair, yes, there is seniors and school on both properties.
So the province doesn't have to pay their taxes, but the city has to pay their taxes to the province.
Yes, that's correct.
Any further comments? We can become a nonprofit organization.
No, I think I'll just add it to my list of things to talk about, advocate for. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council cancel the total tax levy for Roll 390070, the Knights of Columbus, in accordance with the lease agreement dated July 22, 1996, and that these property tax exemptions remain in place for 3 years, up to and including the 2026 taxation year.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. I think I have a subsequent motion. I would like administration. Are we good? I'd like administration to report back on how much our grants in place of taxes have been cut, or what the percentage the province is paying for their provincially owned assets, so that I can make the case that we will pay the same percentage in the school tax requisition and seniors tax requisition. That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that you just direct administration to bring the information back and then you make a subsequent motion?
Sure, I can do
So
that.
that they're separated? Thank you.
Maybe just a formal information request then on what grants in place of taxes is,
okay.
and then I can make a motion based off of that.
Perfect.
Okay. Item 12.1, Residential Assessment Subclass Bylaw number 2052-24.
Hello again, Council. The purpose of this RFD is to bring the proposed residential assessment subclass bylaw 2052-24 to Council and request further consideration for all three readings of the bylaw and enactment for the 2025-2026 taxation year. On December 11, 2023, Council directed administration to draft a residential and commercial assessment subclass bylaw for review and approval by Q3 of 2024. However, non-residential assessment subclasses is governed by assessment regulation, and the classes that are allowed are vacant non-residential, small business, and non-residential. This discussion came up in relation to the derelict property bylaw that the City of Edmonton had passed. Therefore, a new subclass for non-residential properties could not be added to administration in preparing this bylaw. I will let Emily go over the area that's been selected for what we've now called the Mature Area Derelict Residential Bylaw. The map is attached in your agenda. Emily will walk us through how this area was selected.
Thanks, Talou. So the map that is attached and proposed is a map of the residential properties in the city showing the most recent year that a subdivision plan was registered for each parcel. So in most cases, this is the original year the parcel was subdivided for development. You'll see the ones that are especially of interest to us are the red ones pre-1950, purple ones to 1959, or pink ones to 1959, and orange ones to 1969. What this does is give us an idea of the general age of each neighborhood in the city for the purposes of identifying mature areas. There's an orange dashed line showing the rough boundary of the area that was subdivided for development roughly before 1970, and it's proposed as the boundary for the purposes of this assessment subclass. Enforcement Services has advised that most of the known derelict residential properties in the city fall within this boundary.
Administration proposes the mature area derelict residential subclass tax rate be equal to the non-residential tax rate, similar to the City of Edmonton's 2024 property tax and supplementary property tax bylaw. The City of Edmonton has approved a tax rate equivalent to their non-residential tax rate. However, in communications with our assessor, he did note that the derelict area bylaw that was passed by the City of Edmonton is the first of its kind in Canada and has not been tested by assessment review boards. He recommends waiting till after this year before enacting this bylaw to allow us to see these tested. Thank you.
I move that City Council gives first reading to the revised residential assessment subclass bylaw 2052-24 as attached. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to Emily. In the preamble information provided, it talks about one of the properties which were abandoned while in the process of being constructed without construction being complete. But with your area designation, a new house being built and abandoned, hypothetically, would not, unless it fell into that area, would not be considered derelict property then?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, not as far as this bylaw would go in assessment.
For assessment.
And I'll have Talou confirm that perhaps.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, but a new home permit that stopped construction, we have other avenues to, through the land use bylaw, to go after those homeowners in a different area of the city.
And Sue, would that then also apply to homes, say, for example, that had major fire damage that were not inhabitable, but were outside of this zoned area?
I do believe there are other laws, sorry, I just can't remember which bylaw that would fall under. I don't know that that's necessarily our land use bylaw, unless they pulled permits. So we have control through the permits, and timelines to construct, and if they don't, then we have avenues, but I believe there would be something under the nuisance properties in that bylaw.
I would just hate to pass a bylaw that would have, but, and with all due respect, when you say, I think we have provision to, I would hate to get to a point where we passed a bylaw and then find out that we don't have provision to act on. You know what I mean?
I do think part of the challenge with this type of bylaw, though, is you can't just blanket the whole city. There has to be intentional choices of the properties. I believe, from what I've been paying attention to with the City of Edmonton, they were challenged by their legal department to try and blanket the whole city. It had to be specific to certain areas. And we can double check and get confirmation, but I'm quite certain we have other areas covered through other bylaws.
Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To Emily, if we have a house who burns down, we have a few in our community, and the owner excavated and for years, like leveled it, but there's no building on it, cuts the grass, maintain it. Do we consider that a dialected or property or no?
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco, the short answer is likely not. We do have community standards requiring site maintenance and the sort of safety of construction sites, but essentially if something is, leveled, no building on the site and maintained, it would not be considered derelict for either enforcement or assessment purposes.
No. Thank you.
Councilor Haberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, can you give me just an argument, and is it partly because seeing what now is coming out of Edmonton, but the recommendation to wait until next year, is that to make a stronger bylaw? Is that to look at things that, to have these issues worked out? I'm just not 100% sure why waiting, and so I just wanted that argument, please.
Make sure is your mic on, Tulu? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Through the chair to Councillor Haberle, the City of Edmonton passed the bylaw last year and implemented it this year. So annually, when we send out the assessment notices, residents have the option to appeal it, and then it goes before an assessment review board. Because this subclass is new, any complaints that they receive this year will be heard later this year, some of them into next year. We do not know if tested in the courts, if the courts will grant this. Like I mentioned earlier, the only city in Canada with this bylaw is the City of Edmonton. And the taxes that they're levying on these properties, even though they are assessed as residential, is the non-residential tax rate. So the reason that our assessor has brought this up is we do not know if it will pass the test, if the assessment review boards will allow it, or if the courts will allow it. It is just a caution, but council can still choose to go ahead or not with this.
So I just want to confirm, it's because it may not even be possible at this point, in the sense of if it goes to the courts, so we're waiting to see if this is something that could even work.
Through the chair to Councillor Haberle, it's not that it's not possible. The Municipal Government Act allows us to have these multiple classes. The worst case scenario is if the courts were to rule that they weren't supposed to be levied the non-residential tax rate or the tax rate that applied, they would still have to pay the residential tax rate. So that excess income would have, revenue that the city collected would have to be returned to the residents, but it doesn't exempt them from taxes in any way, shape, or form. It's just if the courts, if under the assessment review board it was determined that they shouldn't have a different the tax rate that was levied, then that would have to be reviewed, just like
Yeah.
all assessment appeals are.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the Chair Administration, and it may be out of scope from this particular document, but the original request was to look at residential and commercial assessment, and the document shows that non-residential subclasses are prescribed, and there's 3 identified. So I'm looking for some descriptor as to what number 3 is, other non-residential property.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I will have to reach out to the assessor to get those definitions. This is the description that's given to us in the Act, and again, we could provide that information back to council.
Non-residential. And the reason I ask the question is, are we only allowed 3 classifications of non-residential and they are prescribed? Or we are only allowed 3 classifications and we can prescribe what they are?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, based on my conversations with Kurt from Accurate Assessment, the Act only, the assessment regulations only has allowed those 3 classes. So unlike where the MGA allows council to have other classes for non-residential, the assessment regulation only allows them to have those 3 classes: vacant, non-residential, small business, which you could then apply a tax rate of, give it a rebate of up to 25%, and other non-residential, which is where anything that's not vacant usually falls under.
Do we have any idea what other communities are doing with derelict non-residential properties?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, this bylaw only exists right now with the city of Edmonton, only.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. When we, through the chair to administration, when we sent this to administration for input, was there not an amendment made to also include non-residential? I believe that there was.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, even if there was, we cannot include non-residential because of the Act.
But, and that's, I understand that, but there's no mention of that, and it appears to me that it is just forgotten about and or ignored.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe that we did mention that when we brought it. There was a discussion around this whole thing, and we did explain that we couldn't include the commercial buildings or any of the other buildings. We could have repeated it in this, I guess, but we did communicate that to council already.
Okay. Councillor Platts.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I do remember that discussion, but also it is at the beginning of this report as well as to why non-residential wasn't included.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. And that's the very reason I asked the question about other non-residential property and what does that consist of. And I guess I just wonder, because I don't know, whether under number 3, other non-residential property could have some bearing on the original request put forward by Councillor Billingsley. And so, while I have no problems dealing with the residential side, because we're being told we can, I would like to get more clarification on the classification of number 3, other non-residential properties. If I could, please.
Councillor Nielsen, can we take that as a formal information request?
Yeah, oh, yes, for sure. Sorry, I wasn't looking for an answer right now. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a comment. When this resolution or bylaw was brought forward, the idea was to clean up the city of Wetaskiwin of any derelict properties, period, to make us a cleaner community. So I think that we should try, and I feel we should be able to decide what we want for derelict properties and determine that with our own bylaws. I don't know how the government of Alberta can override us if we're trying to clean up our city and get rid of derelict properties. Thank you.
Anything further? How can that province override us? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. I move that City Council gives second reading to revised residential assessment subclass bylaw 2052-24 as attached. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to move to third reading of revised residential assessment subclass bylaw 2052-24 as attached. Any discussion? Does this affect the FIR that you've asked for? It doesn't affect. Okay. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I move that City Council gives third and final reading to the revised residential assessment subclass bylaw 2052-24 as attached. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I am going to take a wild guess and say that Sustane Technologies is here. It's not very often that somebody comes in late and just wants to hang out with us, so. Perfect timing. If you guys are ready, we'll have you up to present. Front desk right here, microphone. And we've received. Is the presentation on there? Yep. Okay. Sit down here. Yes, please. Beautiful.
Okay, wonderful. You can hear me okay? Good. There we go. That looks familiar. Okay, well, I'm Peter Vinyl, CEO at Sustane Technologies, and joined by Kevin Cameron, who's responsible for business development and government relations. Sustane, we're a technology company out of Halifax, Nova Scotia. We've been around for 11 years. We've developed a series of technologies that enable the near complete recycling of municipal solid waste. We've got a plant out in Nova Scotia that is capable of processing around 70,000 tons per year of material and separating it into different products. And so it's a pleasure to be here and talk to you folks. We've been excited to be moving outside of Nova Scotia, developing projects across North America. We have some projects we're working on in the US as well as in Canada. And so today we'd like to just give you an update on what's happening, give you some background on Sustane first of all, and then secondly, talk a little bit about our plans for Wetaskiwin and the project here in your area. If I can just ask, what would be the ideal time frame for us to talk to you today? How long do we have?
Go through your presentation, and if we have any questions, we'll work through that.
I hope you have questions. If you don't, then I'll be a little bit disappointed. So, well, let me just start by thanking you again for giving us the time. We appreciate that. If we can just flip to the second page of the. Well, actually, before you do, at the top of the first page there, you'll see an image of our first plant. So that's located at a landfill about an hour south of Halifax, and we cater to a population of around 150 to 200,000 with that facility. It's at the landfill. Waste is simply diverted away from the landfill into our facility and then separated. The approach, now if you can go to the second page, that'd be great. So this is an image, a pictorial, if you like, of what we do with our process. We take regular landfill destined garbage, so nothing special. Recycling is a really good thing, so we like to see more recycling done at a household and at a business. And but what we take as our feedstock is that leftover material that's going to be landfill. We're ambivalent to how much organic matter is in there. So unlike many jurisdictions across Canada, we'll be separating green waste and have green bins, and organic separation processes that often go to composting or some similar kind of pathway. We would actually prefer that to be in the garbage, and I'm going to come to the reason in a minute why we think that's better. It saves money, and it leads to a better environmental outcome and a better economic outcome. What our process does is we take the garbage, we shred it up, we pull out metals with magnets, and that's relatively straightforward. But then we cook it with steam. Now, I'm an old pulp and paper guy, and one of the challenges with garbage is it's just so, it's not homogeneous. It's everything, and it's very, very difficult to separate it unless you want to do it manually. Doing it manually, using people is not a good idea. It's very, very challenging and expensive, and we couldn't afford to do that anyway. But the reason packaging is so difficult to separate is because it's strong, and the reason it's strong is because of bonding. When you make the paper and cardboard, you get hydrogen bonding. Sorry to get a little technical, but we use steam to break those bonds. So if you think about all these different kinds of packaging material, roughly 60% of garbage is biogenic. We can cook it in steam for about 40 minutes at the right temperature and pressure and mechanical action, and all of that packaging turns back into little tiny fibers, okay? So now we've got little tiny fibers. Well, what about everything else? Well, the everything else would be mostly plastics, but a lot of other things as well. So we want to get separation between the plastics and the biogenic. And so at that right temperature range, the plastics shrink down. Even big lumps of film plastic, like shopping bags and things, shrink into little hard pieces. So now we've got hard pieces of stuff and little tiny fibers, and we can separate them mechanically using screens. The fibers are small, everything else is bigger. We can separate it that way. So if you look at this diagram here, you'll see at the bottom you've got basically a stream of biomass. It looks like kind of sawdust, dirty sawdust. That used to be packaging material, right? That used to be paper, cardboard, food, diapers, that sort of thing. And then we've got another stream of plastics, which are the larger items, mixed with things like, glass and rubber and leather. And we're able to separate those into just a pure plastic stream using optical sorters that have been used in recycling for a long time. And that plastic, we're able to turn it back to where it came from, which is oil, using a pyrolysis process. And then we refine that pyrolysis oil into diesel and naphtha. How do we make all of this competitive with the landfill? Like digging a hole is certainly going to be a cheap way to deal with solving our waste and getting rid of it, and that's what we do generally. If we have to consume some energy to make this happen, we've got to make our boiler run to do the cooking of the garbage, and it turns out there's about 7 or 8 times the energy we need to run this whole plant just in the plastic alone. And what are we going to do in society with that plastic? We're going to put it in the landfill, right? So we turn that back into diesel and naphtha. We use a small fraction of it to run the whole plant, including the boiler to cook the garbage. and the rest of it we sell as a product. So 2 streams. How do we make this work economically? Well, we sell, metals is easy, but we sell diesel and naphtha, and we sell the biomass. In our plant in Nova Scotia, for the biomass, we dry it and we compress it into pellets, like wood pellets, and we sell it as a fuel. So it's carbon neutral because it came from, a plant matter. It took CO2 from the atmosphere when it grew. We've now evolved beyond that, working with a company in the US, developed, we can put that into an anaerobic digester and turn it into methane. Think about renewable natural gas, is another name for methane. So think about your landfill as a really inefficient anaerobic digester. It takes maybe 20 years to make a certain amount of methane. If you're lucky, only half of that's going to get in the atmosphere, if you have really good collection systems of methane. And generally it's a lot worse than that. What we do is in 20 days in an anaerobic digester, we take all of that organic fraction that's sitting there for a long time in the landfill and we turn it into renewable natural gas and put it in a pipeline. And we get paid carbon value for that, okay? So we inject it into the pipeline. Renewable natural gas is priced based on carbon. In the US and in Canada, we can exploit the low carbon fuel standard and the US RIN system to get carbon value for that. So net result is for every ton of garbage that gets diverted from a landfill into our process, somewhere between 2 and 3 tons reduction of CO2. So carbon negative in a big way. So we capture some of that value by selling it as renewable natural gas. On the plastic side, our original goal when we started Sustane was, well, let's just get some energy out of the plastic so that we can offset our cost. That was really the goal. And so we developed this pyrolysis technology to do that. Again, it's not combustion. We're not burning garbage here. We're simply cooking it with steam in a vessel. The plastic that's purified, we put into a reactor with no oxygen, so there's no emissions from it, and then we condense it into these liquids. The original idea was, well, let's burn the naphtha internally in our plant, a little bit of that to get the energy, but then the petrochemical industry heard we're making naphtha from plastic, and guess what a feedstock for plastic is? It's naphtha. And so we were asked to send samples around the world. We did that. A few years later now, we have an offtake for that. For our plant in Nova Scotia, we're already shipping that to Europe to be converted back to plastic as a feedstock. And the petrochemical industry is looking for basically a global offtake. So we have good demand for that product, and we can extract value in the form of what we call circularity value, right? So we all know plastic has tremendous utility. It's helped society in many ways, right? It's improved our lives in countless ways. The downside is if we don't control it, it gets into the ecosystem, and that's horribly bad for the environment. Less than 10% plastic is recycled in North America, and it's worse than that in other countries. Sadly, we allow the exportation of our waste plastic to Asia, and we call that recycling. We're lobbying with the federal government because we think that's really wrong. We shouldn't be exporting our problem somewhere else where it can go in the oceans. But we have a solution for that. So in terms of our economic model at Sustane, it's as we grow now and develop facilities, it's build, own, operate. So we come to a community and say, we'll take your problem away, your landfill issue, your waste management issue. We'll build the facility, we'll own it, we'll operate it. And what we need from you is a commitment to work with us over a long period of time and supply us with your garbage. And we'll compete with your cost of landfill. The fact that we can extract so much value from carbon on the biomass and from circularity on the plastic means that we can offer relatively low tipping fees on the front end, where other technologies up until now haven't been able to do that. There's been some notable examples of that. Enerchem in Edmonton, they built a facility to essentially, vaporize garbage, everything put together, and then condense those vapors. That's a horrible technical challenge, and they appeared to have failed. And the other thing we know about their technology was that it was high cost. So tipping fees for doing that are high, which means you've got to subsidize. And that's not our business model. Our business model from the get-go was, we're going to beat that landfill economically, right? So none of us loves the solution of landfilling, but it's economic. and we're all charged with that responsibility, and you folks particularly, the economic responsibility for your constituents. So we come with a solution that is economic. It's now proven, and we're excited to be working with Wetaskiwin County on a potential facility. And I say potential because it's early days. We've been working with them for some time, with Scott and Josh over there. They're excited at the potential, but right now it's potential. Right? And so part of what we've got to do is get input from others, not just within the county, but you folks, other communities, because our plant, and it has to have a certain scale for the economics to work, right? So we certainly couldn't scale it down to the size of Wetaskiwin City or Wetaskiwin County. We need at least 100,000 tons to make this economic compete with the landfill, and ideally 200,000 tons. So that's our goal, is to walk and talk to folks in the community around here, and Kevin and I have been doing that this week, and just in trying to engage and get a sense of what people feel, what the priorities are, and what is the potential to collaborate to make this a reality. We're in discussions with government as well at provincial and federal level. We're confident we'll be able to attract funding to support the deployment of this technology. We handle the offtake. Our business is basically to sell the final products, to operate the facility, build it and operate it. But where we need to collaborate is on the waste supply. And this is not a problem that's going to get any easier, I can assure you folks. And as we travel the country and across North America, there's a lot of discussion about how much airspace we have in our landfill, and the perspective that when Kevin and I started 10 years ago, as we were developing our technology and trying to figure out how we would market and how we would position, the perspective is changing. We're seeing a change from municipalities from, gee, we've still got plenty of time and lots of room to landfill, to, no, this is not the right thing to do. So even though we have a landfill and we've got some room, it's not really a liability we want to kind of pass on to future generations. And at some point we have to step up and find solutions. Where we intercept is not with a solution that's going to cost you more money, with a solution we think can be economic and give us all that benefit of, feeling that this is environmentally the right thing to do. Is our technology the best, and will it always be the best? I hope not. I hope something better comes along, really. And we'll be happy to, and we're adjusting and improving our technologies all the time. And a big part of the lessons we've learned in our plant in Nova Scotia is just how hard garbage is to deal with, actually. It's not easy. So anybody that says, it's easy to deal with garbage in a technical way, it's not true. So we'd be lying if we said it was. But we've figured it out. And so in our future plants, we know we've got to scale up a little bit, but we're also going to be putting in a lot of duplication and redundancy in our plant to deal with the areas where we know we have reliability issues, as an example. So on the front end, where we're shredding the garbage, we're going fully redundant, two-stage fully redundant. Adds a lot of capital, but it's going to be necessary because you can't not deal with garbage. Like, it has to happen, and it has to be processed. Having landfills around is essential. It always will be essential. There's going to be things that you just can't process in a facility like ours. There's going to be natural disasters, with overflow. And so, our ideal is to collaborate with the landfill operators in the communities to make sure that there is that redundancy and there is that fallback. Kevin and I were at the Westmead, yeah, I can't get that right. Dryden Mead Lake, or Mead Lake. So we were there this morning, had a great discussion with those folks, and just a real willingness to cooperate and collaborate and figure out the right long-term solution. And so I guess that's kind of our pitch to you folks is we'd like to collaborate. We'd like to find a way to work, city, county, and others. And we're in discussions with other cities, Red Deer, Leduc. We just came from a session with the council in Leduc County. And we're certainly not asking for any commitment right now. We're just looking for a collaboration so we can start a dialogue to see what makes sense. We've got some general idea about location for a facility. We've got some general idea about what the scale should be. But we need to refine that, and we need to do it, by talking to folks and engaging. So that's the process we're trying to start here. I think I'll stop there. And Kevin, anything to add before we turn it over for questions?
No, I think it's late in the day for you folks as well, and we're coming in at the back end of your meeting. I think this was originally moved, or it was moved late last week from 9 to 1, and we just had a conflict at 1:30, so we appreciate you fitting us in at the back end. We won't tie you up much longer if we're the last on your agenda. But what I would say is that not just Wetaskiwin City, but we've seen a general increase in interest in this space. And the fact that FCM was held last week in Calgary, there probably was a higher percentage of Albertan communities represented. And there's a lot, there's obviously a large population catchment within an hour or so of here, but other parts of Alberta as well are doing their homework and looking to collaborate with their neighboring communities on embracing new technologies in the future. And it was nice for us to see some communities that as Peter's alluded to at the start, I'm the primary contact with councils, and both the bureaucracy side, the bureaucratic side, and the elected side, and I talk to folks in Alberta all the time. But just to see how far it's moved, and the other comment that I would say it's reflective of your community and your neighbors is that you're probably a lot further ahead of most of the country than you think you are when it comes to paying attention to this space. And the irony is that a lot of because your largest industry, what you're known for, extracting oil from the ground, there's a disconnect in people's minds. So the last point I'll make is that a lot of landfills are filling up, and even with provincial governments that are friendly from an environmental perspective and have some latitude, it's getting harder and harder to extend permits, let alone cite new permits for new landfills. And that's a big issue. If you go to the province of Ontario right now, they've got a live clock on their Department of Environment website, and it's 10 years, 9 months, 8 days, so many hours, so many, ticking down. That's nothing in the landfill business. So that's all I'd add to Peter's comments. Maybe we'll just open this up to questions. As I said, it's late in the day, and you guys have probably already covered more than enough material.
Go ahead.
I move that City Council accepts the presentation from Sustane Technologies as information, and I also have a question. Through the chair to you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I found your presentation frustrating in the best way possible, because every time I had a question, you would answer it as soon as it popped into my head, and so it was great to follow along with. This was exciting, but also every time you said something, I'm like, whoa, that's amazing. So the only question that I do have left is, do you have any form of air pollution that comes from this facility due to boiling plastics, and if that's being released into the air?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Do you have any amount of air pollution that comes from this facility due to the boiling of plastics and that being released into the air? And if so, what's the mitigation
No,
for
great
that?
question. We don't burn plastic. That's a really bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So our thing is really separation into clean streams.
Mhm.
We use steam only for that separation. There's no emissions from that. It's fully closed. We put the plastic down to a pure form, polyethylene, polypropylene, and then we go through pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is confusing for people because you think pyro flame. It's not. It's just a reaction with temperature, and you're vaporizing the plastic and then condensing that into liquids. So we use there's about 20% of those vapors do not condense. They stay as a gas, and we use that gas to heat the reactor. So, we burn it, but it's like propane. It's like natural gas. It's just as clean. We do even go through a scrubbing system to ensure that, and that's it. And so and then we're making clean fuel products. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Peter and Kevin. May I call you Peter and Kevin?
You can.
Thank you. So my first comment, and then I have a couple of questions. And I loved what you said about Alberta being ahead of the game, because we really are. And I do think that it is partly because, I'm just making points here, it is partly because of our reliance on oil and gas that those companies have had to be sustainable in finding ways, as well as farmers. It goes back, it's in our blood. And our Indigenous people to always look after our land. And so thank you for doing that, saying that. And as Albertans, we love this place and our wide open spaces and want to look after them. So this excites me, because that's the Albertan I am. Yep. And I don't know if you caught, you were blowing my mind literally when I was reading through these, at your abilities to do. So I have two questions. The first one relates to our landfill in general. Are you working to also be able to reduce landfills, i.e., ours isn't closed, so we haven't closed it up. Can you go back into and take out what's in the current landfill?
Yeah, we can. There's a bit of devil in the detail in that it depends somewhat on the kind of daily cover that you've used for the material. If you're putting big rocks on top, it can be more challenging to separate it. We've trialed that in Nova Scotia. Dig down sections 10, 20 years old, and you can read the newspapers, literally. It's amazing how well preserved it is. And so, you know, the time frame for anaerobic digestion is long. Things break down very slowly. So one of our models is to size the plants large enough that we can bring a stream back, essentially make a new landfill from an old cell and preserve space that way. So that is an option. There is some evaluation work to be done, but it's an exciting option.
Yeah. And my second question is actually, my only concern when I was hearing this was that it was cooked by steam, because for the steam you require water.
Yeah.
So what is your water usage, sustainability for water, especially in this year as we continue to talk about drought?
Yeah, so our water demands are actually pretty moderate for the facility in Wetaskiwin. It'll be around 50 cubic meters per day of water, which can be supplied by a well. So, you know, the steam is condensing in the biomass, which basically means it just gets added to the biomass as water. It condenses as it cooks. And so, you know, the garbage comes in around 25% moisture on average across everything in the garbage, and it goes out about 50%, 40 to 50% moisture. And as far as our processes, other than condensing that water into the biomass, which actually makes it an ideal moisture for anaerobic digestion, and we're able to recover some of the water in the back end, all of the other processes are dry. Even the flotation, separation of the plastic with water, we circulate the water. We clean it and circulate it completely. So the more water you have in a system, the more energy you need. So we're really driven to reduce energy and therefore reduce water.
Councillor Nielsen.
Well, I know you were certainly busy this past weekend in Calgary. There was always people at your booth sorting it out. Joe, to get information on your pens but to fight with the people to belly up to the booth to hear what's going on is pretty exciting. I guess my question is, why here? You know, you're in a rural community, they're small communities, and you're talking about massive amounts of garbage. So why the middle of central Alberta prairies?
Yeah, well, we don't see this as a remote community at all. We see it as actually having an ideal proximity to a very large city. And, you know, more and more we see the large cities trying to push their waste out until the tipping fees are low enough that those things intersect, like the cost-benefit intersects. And so we feel that this location is actually ideal for that. You know, the trucking costs are not too high to get it from the city, because we're going to have to be pulling from Red Deer and Leduc and places like that to get the volume. Our ideal would be to be situated on a main road so that we don't have additional trucks. And trucks are already rolling a long way out of the city to landfills. You've got large landfills, Riley, the one we just discussed. And so for that reason, we think it's actually a good location. Going closer to the city, you know, real estate costs are high. It's more difficult for permitting, things like that. And frankly, it comes down to people as well. I mean, you know, Scott and Josh have really championed this concept as a way to add a lot of value and do the right thing for the environment. And so that's a part of it.
Okay, my next question is related to, you're asking us to be committed to conversations and dialogue. And I don't mean to be offensive. How committed are you to this area? Like, so big city somewhere else in central Alberta or Manitoba or Winnipeg throws you a carrot. Is this vision then parked somewhere while you chase a different vision?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's not offensive at all. I come from a small town, and you know, grew up on a farm, and you know, one thing I would say is we're very loyal to the people that we meet to. So a commitment that we make, we stick with. And so in the case of you know, Scott, you know, he first started working with when he was working at Sturgeon County, and so there was discussions about putting a plant there, and we made progress there. But you know, then Scott moved away, and some other councillors moved away. And it wasn't progressing. And then Scott came here and spent time with the council in the county, and we got to know him better. We got to know the council. We've met them all. We've talked to them all. Spent time with them all. And so we're not about to run off after some shiny object, I can assure you. And the reason is because it takes time to make the connections necessary to make these projects happen. These are not easy projects. Okay. The technical aspect of this, you might challenge because you don't understand it, and that's great. But I can tell you, execution of a project like this takes people, and it takes commitment from a lot of people to make it happen. And if I think I can just run over there because somebody says I might get a better deal, I don't believe that. I think it's going to take a strong collaboration from people, and it's going to take, frankly, some persistence to get there. This is not something that's just going to happen. We're going to have to make it happen collectively.
And I understand that. And so from a business vision perspective, what kind of a timeline do you have on this project? I mean, I'm getting old. I'd like to see it happen.
Yeah.
Careful there.
So there's a few of us getting old. I've been at this for, well, 12 years now, since I founded the company. And it took a lot of time to get our first plant running, and I'm getting old too, but I want to get this done, and I want to build, you know, a number of plants, and not for a legacy for me, but for the right thing. I'm not in this for the money. I'm in it because this is the right solution. It's the right technical solution, and we've proven it. It's working in Nova Scotia. We've got great off-takers now that are prepared to take our products and pay those premium prices. But back to your question, it's for me to say we're going to break ground, you know, in the spring or no, I can't do that. What I can say is that we're targeting, you know, an FID, financial investment decision, before the end of the year. So we'd like that. That's our first goal. To make that decision, we will want to get to, you know, a level of certainty of supply of the waste, right, in a range, and probably 70% of our goal, something like that, that'll be satisfactory to our funders, because we've got to raise some money for this. And we've got to do environmental studies. We've got to do some bit more engineering. You know, so if we do achieve FID before the end of the year, then maybe we can break ground next year, right? And, you know, when the snow's gone away, pending environmental permitting, pending other things. And once we get to that point of breaking ground, it's about 18 months. We've got a great team of engineers. We've engaged some of the best engineering firms to work with us on this. We will endeavor to maximize the local engineering and construction capabilities, which are, frankly, very strong here. And so, you know, 18 months, 2 years, we should be in operation after that point.
Thank you for your answers, and if these guys treat me well, I'll be around to see it happen, so thank you.
Perfect.
That's a Bronco.
Thank you very much, Tyler, to Peter and Kevin. I think they would put a wheelchair accessibility for you. Few questions. Obviously, I think I believe in what you're doing. Hopefully my colleagues will. You're sitting closer to a major highway transportation, so you have a good truck route. You got Highway 13. Camrose is one of the biggest landfills we got here, other than Riley. But there is, Karen brought up the water. Thank you for answering that question. But there is a cost to us, because one of my questions is, when we have our garbage pickup and disposal, would they be going directly, depending how far your facility is, would that garbage truck go to your facility dump, or did he dump it at our landfill, and then we would have to have a transfer site and then haul it twice?
No, it should be direct.
Okay, so, and that's for garbage, but the non-garbage pickup, so there is a cost to us, which I assume be like the county, we would just have to have a transfer station. Say residents outside of the normal pickup truck wanted to bring garbage, because we can't isolate them. So we would have to have some kind of transfer station?
Well, our goal would not be to interrupt the, the pickup, let's say, residential and commercial pickup. That should all stay the same. Our goal should be to optimize the logistics so that, hopefully there's no additional cost from what you have today. I know you've got small transfer stations around, and certainly the county does.
Yeah.
But I don't have the details of that right now, but that would need to be studied and figured out the best way to do it.
But what you're proposing, by eliminating a lot of the tonnage, we're also going to eliminate a lot of our manpower, because we don't have as much. The coverage, if we're not bringing the garbage into our landfill, they're directly delivering it there. We ain't going to need as many people. We ain't going to need as many equipment to operate our landfill. So there is a cost for the transfer station, but there's also a less cost for operating our landfill.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think that's one of the points where we'll need to collaborate. We're going to have to hire a bunch of people to run the new facility, and so I'm sure we can have discussions about the best way to do that, to make sure that nobody is impacted negatively.
So you said you need about 100,000 tons of garbage to operation?
Minimum.
So if Wetaskiwin all of a sudden decided to have lots of money, we can just excavate our landfill, haul it to you guys. Give us longer life expectancy of our landfill.
Yeah, that's, and I was going to allude to that point anyway, and you make a very good point. One thing that we do see, a couple of examples in the country right now, there's leaching issues close to waterways, and those communities are compelled to do something. They've got to put a barrier up or mine their site, and as Peter had alluded earlier to an earlier question, we are able to mine the landfill, and if it's land that's be valuable or could be repurposed for housing, things like that, all of a sudden you have a decision from a council perspective to weigh, or you have a situation to weigh and a decision to be made that should we be doing that. What I also wanted to point out, and you brought me back to it, is that we have in this country, whether people are climate change believers or not, we're seeing more and more catastrophic events. So in your province alone, the fires, but there's floods, and out east we're seeing more and more hurricanes. We're seeing regular higher winds almost on a weekly basis. Lots of trash going to landfills. So you may not be closing, unless you're topped out in your landfill, you may not be closing out that landfill, but I want you to keep in mind that we're diverting 90% of what would be going in the landfill. By you sending your waste to us, you're extending the life of your existing landfill 10 times, 10 times over.
So my other last question is, we have a recycle center. So if we were to go to bring everything to you guys, we would need to separate glass, cans, cardboard. We would just put it all in one big container. You get to your site, dump it so we don't have 4 different containers?
So we have options here. Right? There's a number of ways you can do this. You could just continue to do that, and if that's working and you're getting good value from it, few municipalities in our experience are getting good value, but if you are, continue to do that. If you're not, then we should talk about what is the composition of that and how will that work in our process. For sure, we'd like to have organic material, so whether you are or not separating organics right now, chances are pretty good sometime in the future you're going to be under pressure to do that. And by working with this solution, you'll never need to do that. You'll maximize the value by having that organic material basically go to renewable natural gas. So answer the question, options, and we need to talk through and understand the composition.
The reason I asked that is so we have 2 pickups, one for normal household garbage, one for organics. But if you need organics, do we put everything in the bigger bin to goes to yours?
We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? How many people work in the
Chester facility?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now we're about 20 people in that facility. The facility here would be closer to 35.
And how big of an area do you suspect that you'll need in terms of tonnage?
Yeah, for the plant itself, yeah, we'd like about 7 hectares, something like that.
Sorry, I mean, how big of an area are you going to be drawing from?
Yeah. So we don't like hauling much more than an hour. So if you draw a circle of around an hour, that would be the area that we would be talking to.
But to the councillor's earlier point, and as we've talked to a number of these communities, that there would be transfer stations, and for those that are concerned about sending light loads pretty long distances, what would happen is it would actually be bigger trailers, and so it would be much more cost efficient for all the deliveries, quite frankly.
Something we didn't talk about earlier is other plastics, and you may have noted in our plant we've got this piece that processes the plastic from garbage. We can also take agricultural plastics and other plastics that are end of life, and so we've developed a way to densify that, clean it, densify it, and put it into our system. So depending on, part of our mission here is not just to acquire garbage, it's to secure other plastic sources, and that'll determine how much of that we're able to, or how we design our plant to accommodate that.
And right now, we take lots of different types of end-of-life plastics, ropes from fishing industry. We are, hopefully later this week, there's going to be an 850 kilogram package of bale of plastic from Wetaskiwin County that's going to come from the landfill that will have bale wrap, it'll have twine, it'll have buckets that are used in farming, all compressed together. And we've got over 40 cameras in our plant that will capture the process. We'll also film it, and it will be sort of branded Alberta. We can show working examples now, but we thought it was important to have something that was authentic, that was
Actually from here,
shipped
shipped to Nova Scotia, and processed.
So we'll have something back on that within weeks, quite frankly.
One last question. I keep saying, like, hazardous materials. So we have demolishing buildings, we have asbestos. You guys don't take that, or?
No.
Okay, so it still has to go to a special site?
No, we would advocate that anything hazardous stays away from the landfill, stays away from our plant as well.
What if we have paint cans or anything like that?
Well, that's a good example. We part of, and you're going to see it here, we didn't use the term in our presentation today, nor did it come up yet in discussion, but extended producer responsibility is coming to Alberta. We see it now. It's been in BC for a lot of years as it relates to plastic. Ontario adopted it last year. New Brunswick has just done so. Nova Scotia will next year. As part of that program, we are taking paint cans that are being returned through a company called Laurentide. Laurentide is a Shawinigan, Quebec-based company that produces, sells, has their own retail distributions. Part of their right to do that means they have to take returns. And we've got cans coming back to us now, some with still with the metal tops and the rims around them, with dried paint in them. We're able to recycle those. They've also are sending us, similar to what you would see in the farming industry, 5-gallon buckets, which are unbelievable feedstock for us. But those were going to landfill previous to that. So that's just a kind of a working example of what we can do with paint cans.
And pharmaceutical products, plastics, and all that good stuff.
Packaging is okay, obviously not with the pills
Not the
still in the
bodies. I'm
package.
not talking about body parts, but.
Oh, that.
Good. Anything further? Awesome. Thanks very much for taking the
No
time
problem.
to come here. Yeah.
Appreciate your time,
Thanks,
and
everyone.
really love the building, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's a great building.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
No,
Okay, need a motion to go into closed session, please?
I
Councilor
move,
Bronco.
I move that we go into closed session with camera.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. right, need a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councilor Bronco.
I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. New business. Any additions? Yep, Councilor Nielsen.
Yes, I'd like to add a topic, public discourse.
Discourse 15-2. Okay. You can't hear us?
He can't. Yeah, we're muted. So you need, yeah.
How about now? Can you hear us now, Councillor Elliott? Okay. You're muted. So we have, we're heading into new business. Councillor Nielsen has added an item for 15-2 under public discourse. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was trying to do something else related to a motion, so.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to bring a motion back as well, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What is it?
A motion to rescind.
Can you be more clear so that we can vote on whether or not we're adding it to the agenda?
Oh, a motion to rescind our motion to rescind the Hope Mission building permit.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, to the first one, public discourse. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Carried. And 15-3, rescind motion to rescind the Hope Mission building permit. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 15-1, notice of motion, 1993 Summer Games Legacy Sculpture.
Oh, jeepers. Can you just give me 32 seconds here?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is so frustrating trying to run 3 machines at the same time.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you for your patience. Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council approves the placement of the 1993 Summer Games Legacy Sculpture in the lobby of the Manluck Theatre while retaining ownership of the sculpture.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Do you want to speak to that?
No, it'd be Councillor Elliott that moved it.
Sorry.
I know one old guy looks the same as the other. In 1993, Mr. Mayor and Council, the 1993 Summer Games as a legacy commissioned a sculpture for the Memorial Arts Center. And this sculpture was placed in the Memorial Arts Center and has been there. But with the sale of the Memorial Arts Center, Dale Unland came forward and said that as they are a place of arts in our community, that they would like to house it. Our city manager does have the option to decide what happens with materials that we have of a value of less than $10,000, but in talking with her, we thought it would be better if we made it a motion of City Council. So it will remain in the Manluck Theatre, but it will still be the city's sculpture. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor.
15-2, public discourse. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Bit of a preamble, if I may. Many of us attended the recent Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference in Calgary this past week, and I had the opportunity to attend a major workshop on workplace safety. And a lot of it revolved around safety for its employees, and it then moved into safety for elected officials. And the province of Quebec did a major survey of its elected officials and reported really disturbing numbers of elected officials who have unfairly been singled out for harassing or defamation kinds of statements to the point where many people are leaving public office. That also then transferred into conversations about city staffs in Quebec, which was then confirmed by almost every other province at that particular session, talking about the abuse being placed on city staff by disgruntled members of the community, either based on what they thought was fact or not. We recently saw just in Alberta an elected official from Lethbridge giving up her seat in the legislature because of harassment. And we tend, I think, in this community, to see more and more of that happening in our community. So much negative vitriol seems to be the order of the day, to the point where it's almost become an acceptable practice in this community. And what I'd like to state to the public is that every city employee and every member of council works really hard on your behalf to try and create a better community. You may disagree with the actions we've taken, but nobody is out to do harm to your community. And I think that on behalf of staff and my colleagues around this particular table, I and we are tired of it. We're tired of the false narratives being presented as facts to defame the actions of our staff and sometimes the actions of your elected officials. We would hope for more for our community. And we would hope that those people who want to talk about what's going on in this community or what different councillors happen to be voting on or not voting on is really based on being well informed and not taking the first piece of information that pops up on social media. I'm tired, and I think we're all tired, of the kind of vitriol that's being spewed in our community. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, please. And I move that Council directs administration to pursue legal action against groups or individuals who harass or defame the city staff and elected officials. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak to that.
Sure.
Thank you. I've said this before. If you went on our website and you went on Facebook and you see the negativity, I'm wondering why people would want to invest or move to Wetaskiwin. We do get harassed, as Councillor Nielsen stated, and our staff does, about lack of development, lack of things happening in Wetaskiwin. And they're not happening because of the negativity that's posted. If you were going to put a business in Wetaskiwin or move to Wetaskiwin and you looked at Rant and Rave and you looked at some of the comments on the city pages, you would probably choose not to move to Wetaskiwin. And I don't feel that our staff should feel unsafe coming to work. I don't feel that council and their families should feel unsafe in being seen in the community. There are so many wonderful events that happened just this last weekend. There are more upcoming this weekend. And I'm wondering if people got out and helped and volunteered. They're always looking for volunteers. Just how much better our community would be rather than focusing on what is felt as negativity. And just to close my tirade, when we give answers to questions, we answer to the best of our ability. When people put things on Facebook and rant and rave, some of them are doing it from hearsay, they're doing it from parts of things that they've heard or from rumors. Get the facts straight, ask people who know the facts, and listen to the answers. So I support this very strongly, Mr. Mayor and Council, that we do try to find these perpetrators of this harassment and fear and try to curtail it to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15.3, rescind motion to rescind Hope Mission building permit.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council rescinds motion number 250/24 from the May 13th, 2024 regular council meeting, the direct control permit application for the Hope Mission Shelter.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, Councillor Elliott, were you in favor or opposed?
I was in favor.
Thank you. Okay, anything else from staff? Meeting adjourned at 17:14. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks, Councillor
Thank you,
Elliott.
everybody.
Yeah.
We are.
Enjoy.
You too, Bill.